Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ho, whoa, ho, whoa. Am I good now? My ear's clipping a little bit. What the fuck? Why do that? Why are you like this? Hello, hello? Yippee! Hello! Hello, hello. I need to adjust this thing. I am not used to it. This is gonna be a little weird. We'll start the recording. There we go. Hello, everybody. I hope y'all are ready for another Artfight video. I have a few changes to my workspace. Namely being that my husband got me a new art tablet for our wedding anniversary, and it is bigger than my previous one. So this is gonna be a little weird. If I feel like I'm a little out of my element, that is why. I gotta adjust to this new tablet. Especially since I still have to fix some of the settings. So it feels a little foreign to me. But we'll figure it out. But for now, it's super cool, and I keep pressing the button. I need to reconfigure the button to be on pencil instead of, what do you go to? It's not even doing it now. Okay, cool. I'm gonna turn it like this so I don't keep pressing the button. But yeah, it's just super weird. I'm not used to it. The screen is a little bigger, so it's like I have all this room. It feels weird. It's super cool though. I don't want the high brush to be that big. Maybe a little smaller. Why you like this? Yeah, I think that might be good. I think I like that. I also actually configured my buttons, so now if I do this, I actually have a button instead of me having to reach all the way over to my keyboard. So now I have a redo and an undo button, and my eyedropper tool ready. So I've been playing around with a lot of stuff. But overall, we must continue on with the revenges. And I need to have an attack on my good old buddy Ren. So, we're going to be working on this. It's always the curves that get me. Hello, Rodri. Oh, once again, I'm making this way too high. I need to lower this actually just a little bit. It's gonna make the forehead look a lot less 5-head. Yeah, your anniversary was so cute. Thank you! It was so very fun to work on, and I can't wait to order the sleeves. The Dragon Shield is currently on like a little, I think like a little staff vacation thing, so they noted that the delivery time was gonna be delayed, so I was like, shit. They're on like a little break for the summer. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I'm glad they're giving their staff, like, some time to, like, actually enjoy the season. But it just means I have to wait just a wee bit longer just for him to get those sleeves. But it'd be like that. Any major plans? Aside from surviving my last week of Artfight, nothing major. Like, right now we're in the final course of, like, we're about to reach the final week of Artfight, so I gotta, like, unironically actually lock in so I can get at least the last amount of attacks that I've been wanting to do. Like, for this one, for my revenge chain, I want this one to be, like, slightly animated. I don't know if y'all have seen that art meme that's been going around. I don't know if it's called the carousel meme, but it's, like, it's the meme where the character's looking forward and there's, like, characters floating around their heads. So I'm trying to do that right now so I can at least have, like, a little bit of oomph. And it shouldn't be too complicated because the only animated thing is going to be those little characters. So I kept it relatively simple. But aside from Artfight and a few miscellaneous things I have to take care of during the final week, which is why I have to very much lock in, because a lot of things have been wanting my attention recently, and I'm like, bro, please, I just want to draw. It do be like that. But aside from that, it's mostly Artfight. Artfight and maybe Spider-Man, because Spider-Man also releases on the 31st, I believe. A brand new day, the new fucking movie, and I'm like, bro. I did get so many attacks. I'm gonna see if I could try to catch up. I'm thinking on the last day, I'll probably run a chibi train and just draw a shit ton of chibis, because so far, those have been, like, my fastest attacks. And luckily, I can make them full body as well because they are, like, more simple than what I usually do. So I don't have to focus too much on the tiny details that would usually take me, like, an extra 2 hours to do. So I think I might do, like, a chibi train on the last 2 days. And just get through as many people as I can. Oh my gosh, you're so right. I should be checking to see if there's even still tickets. That's the thing I should be checking on. Well, to be fair, we aren't planning to see it opening day just because, like, Artfight. I told my husband, I'm like, honey, can we do it, you know, later in the week when I'm not suffering? Because not only do I have, like, the final days of Artfight, I've also got, like, a one-shot coming up too that I'm gonna be running. That one's gonna be on, I think, either the 31st or the 1st, so it's one of those days that there won't be an Artfight stream, because in the morning, where I would have usually streamed instead, I have a thing I need to take care of. So I will literally just be busy the entire day. Yeah, it's extended to the 2nd, which is great. Which is lovely, because like I said, I'll be busy at least Friday or Saturday, so I can at least, like, sit down and spend Sunday morning getting my last attacks in, because Artfight usually ends around, it's either 12 or 2 o'clock. I think it might be 2 o'clock. So it'll most likely be 2 o'clock on that Sunday. Oh, summer's already here. Oh my god, it's been so hot. Which, I usually don't mind the heat. I grew up in Florida, right? I'm used to the heat. It's the humid heat that I absolutely cannot stand. That was the worst part of Florida. Humid heat. You would literally walk outside and not even have like 2 seconds before you're already drenched in like sweat that feels like a frog layer. I hated it. Yeah, I feel bad for Europe though because there's been like a heat wave going on over there and they are just quite literally not equipped for that weather because they don't get that weather. And now all of a sudden they are. And I've been seeing like on the news and shit, like people are literally getting like heat strokes and shit because their buildings are made to sustain heat, you know, for the cold ass winters that they have. So I feel really bad for them. I hope people are finding ways to stay cool in this suffocating heat. Is it in the same is Canada also getting a heat wave? Oh my gosh. I have Canadians who watch this channel. Oh my goodness. I hope everyone's staying hydrated. Holy shit. Next time someone's just like, global warming isn't a real thing. Hello? Brother, we keep getting record high heats every single fucking year for the past how many years now? This shit should not be happening. And now Europe's fucking melting? Like, hello? Brother, this shit ain't normal. Cold showers are nice. I can't do them because I cannot stand the cold. I don't like being cold. I know some people's arguments for like why it's better to be put in like freezing weather rather than hot weather. It's just like you can't, you know, take off so many layers, right? True, but at the same time, I don't want to be frozen because that shit hurts. Like, I would rather have a heat stroke than frostbite. Frostbite fucking hurts. It feels like the area that's like being frozen is burning. Like, at least from heat stroke, I'll pass the fuck out, right? But frostbite, it hurts like a bitch. It hurts when like that one area of your body is hella cold, especially like, God forbid, it's your toes and your fingers. Oh my gosh. There's not only that, but there's also, like, snow blindness and shit. Oh yeah. We literally have historical events where people have literally frozen to death. Like, that's why the, I forgot where it is, but there's the Donner Lake. That's named for literally a party that was making their way to, I want to say, California for the gold rush. and they didn't end up making it to their destination in time, so they had to stop at the fucking lake in order to, like, I don't know, get their bearings. I don't remember. It's been a hot minute. But some of them ended up freezing to death, and some of them resorted to cannibalism. It's history, my friend. History is full of wonderfully horrible events. Especially early Americas. Or sorry, I should say early America, you know, gold rush, the founding of the settlements and shit like that. That time period is especially horrible, and a lot of, like, weird-ass stuff that was happening. I keep pressing the button. I wish there was an option to have a pen without a button, because I just don't use the button. That's just not my thing. Yeah, I will say one of my favorite hilariously tragic events is literally the Great Molasses Flood. And I know people were hurt and injured, and that fucking sucks because literally all of it was due to negligence in preference of trying to make a profit during the war, or like at least preparing for war, with the giant molasses tank that they put in, was it New York? It was in that area. And then the giant tank burst. How many casualties were there? I don't remember. I don't know the exact number. If you look up the Great Molasses Flood, I'm sure the number will pop up. I don't know if the number will include the horses that were also tragically lost during that incident, though. Those poor, poor horses. Because apparently there was horses trapped under the molasses as well. Ooh, a good video to recommend. If you like history stuff, watch Puppet History. It's such a good way to condense stuff while still getting very useful information. Hello, Ches! It's just a good watch. They also cover just really, really funny historical stuff. I wish Puppet History was around when I was still in school. It would have made this stuff so much more fun. Especially because when they ask you to write a report on a historical event, they always give you, like, the most boring historical events. And you never learn the fun facts behind those events either. I feel like a certain population will still survive. If we do somehow have a zombie apocalypse. I definitely know the anti-vaxxers won't survive. They won't even believe that there's a zombie outbreak, and they're gonna walk up to a fucking zombie and be like, "What's your problem, huh?" And then they're gonna get bitten. That is my firm belief. Meanwhile, you forget, there are people who literally make it their whole personality to prepare for a doomsday event. They have bunkers, they have supplies. Like these people have made it their whole personality that a doomsday level event that's gonna clear out the entire fucking earth is gonna happen, and they'll be the ones to survive. Which I can never imagine living on that level of paranoia. 'Cause... Damn, girl, you okay? You all good? Hello, Mouts. maybe. It's too much fluff. There we go. I don't know. I feel like a lot of the rich people won't make it. I only say this because, yeah, they have, like, high-tech security, but first off, a lot of that security, I feel like, nowadays is reliant on technology. So when the Wi-Fi goes out, and Alexa's not listening to you when you're trying to ask her shit, or the power goes out, and suddenly you can't leave the fortress to go get supplies because you're stuck in there because Alexa won't open the high security shutter gates for you. I feel like if a lot of them have those kinds of security systems, they ain't gonna make it. I feel like it's not the zombies that's gonna kill them, it's gonna be the technology. Because at some point, yeah, you have a big fancy house, but how many supplies do you have in there really? Like, have you ever seen like a millionaire bajillionaire's house? They have nothing, because all of them go for like the minimalistic shit. How often are they really at home making dinner, right? They probably have other people make their dinner for them, right? So how many supplies do they really have readily available at home? It's those kinds of things. I can maybe think of some rich people, mainly actors come to mind in my mind that are more down to earth, that I can imagine that they'll have more supplies and stuff. But it's like the really, really rich people, mainly the billionaires I'm thinking about, that like, no, that I think they're gonna die from the technology in their home before they die from a zombie. Ryan Reynolds. I feel like Ryan Reynolds would last pretty long in a zombie apocalypse. I'm sure they gave him sword training for Deadpool. He'll be fine. Elon Musk, I feel like... yeah, I feel like he'll die on a ship trying to take him somewhere else. Either he's gonna blow up in the air or he's gonna blow up in the sea. One of those two things. He's gonna run away from the problems and the problems are gonna kill him. That's my personal bet. That or, like, personally, people would probably, like... I can fully see this. I know somewhere, some way, someone, whether a politician or a celebrity or whatever, someone is going to be out there. And there's gonna be people, if not a person, who will purposely get bit and go seek them out to go purposely turn them. I feel like that's gonna be such a thing where some people will literally be so petty where they're like, it's a zombie apocalypse, fuck it, I'm not gonna survive, so I'm going to get you. I feel like that's a thing that's just gonna happen where it's like, well, if I'm fucked, I'm taking you with me. And I know it's gonna happen to regular people too. But I'm saying I would be surprised if it didn't happen to specifically famous people. Whether it's like their stalkers who are like, I'll take you with me, if I'm dying, you're dying with me. That kind of thing. Or if it's just I hate you so much that I have the opportunity now to literally kill you. And I will take it. Like, I would be so hard-pressed to believe that's not a thing that would happen when the zombie apocalypse happens. You know what I mean? In fact, I'm so surprised that there's not even, like, been, like, media that's really covered this kind of phenomenon. Like, imagine if the zombie apocalypse happened in Korea. You cannot tell me that a bunch of K-pop idols would not be in danger because their crazy-ass fans, the craziest among the bunches, the ones who are literally stalking their favorite idols, wouldn't get like bit and then be like, oh my god, I can take my precious sunbae with me to the afterlife, you know? Like, it's shocking. I have not seen this like covered in zombie media. I've seen the people pushed into hordes of zombies. I haven't seen the I'm gonna purposely seek you out now that I know my time is limited because you're coming with me whether you like it or not. You know? It is scary. It is. Because there's, like, specific ways people react, right? And we already know there's crazy people out there who literally stalk celebrities because they feel entitled to them. You can't tell me that they wouldn't be so entitled that they're just like, I'm taking you with me. They'd probably have bodyguards or well, it depends. Can you have bodyguards 24/7? What happens if the bodyguards get bit first because they're trying to protect you? Will the bodyguards even protect you in the apocalypse? Or are they just gonna say fuck it and then try to survive themselves? There's a lot of factors. If there was a zombie apocalypse and I was a bodyguard, I would have to really, really like the person I'm working for to keep bodyguarding them in the zombie apocalypse. If it's someone who treated me like shit and it's just a paycheck, I'm out of here. I'm going home to my family. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna get bit trying to protect this asshole who literally, like, can't even make eye contact with me because they think they're superior to me. Now, if it's a celebrity who's, like, you know, who's chill and, you know, they've shown kindness and they're like, oh, thank you so much for what you do, that kind of thing, okay, I might take a bullet for them. I might get bit for them. You know what I mean? It just depends. I feel like there's a limit to, like, bodyguards. Like, if a world-ending event were to happen, it's like, do you really care enough for this one person who, like, the money might not even be worth it anymore if there's even money after this? That's like one of the many factors that you gotta consider. Like, once the world starts ending, what do we really hold on to? Now, if it was one of those, like, young adult fictions where the bodyguard is secretly in love with the celebrity that they're guarding, you know, I can see that. Okay, I can see that. But in real life, I feel like it's a lot less nuanced than that. If I worked as a bodyguard and I was defending a person for a job and I see that the zombie apocalypse is happening, I would just look at them and be like, I'm so sorry, dude, but I gotta go see my family. If this is the last time I'll be seeing anybody, it's going to be, like, my wife and kids. That's why I'm surprised it's not covered as much. Because usually in the zombie apocalypses, you find a bunch of, like, groups of standard civilians, right? I don't think I've seen a zombie apocalypse media cover, like, specifically, like, the other end of the spectrum of the more, like, well-off people. It's usually the everyday people, because those people, you know, are more relatable, right? You can see yourself in them. But at the same time, I feel like it would be interesting to see what would happen if it was, like, someone from a different, like, tax bracket. I will say, a similar concept has been covered before, but not in zombie media. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think the first Purge movie took place I want to say it was a family's home. It was like a family of a politician. He was like a well-off guy. They had like a whole high security house. I am pretty sure, you know, stuff happens in the movie. I don't know if this is spoilers for like the first Purge movie or something. If y'all are planning on watching, I don't know how long that movie's been out for. But fair warning, I might spoil the first Purge movie for you. I haven't even seen it. I've just watched like a movie synopsis of it because there was like a kill count on it from the Dead Meat channel. But yeah, warning ahead, spoilers for the first Purge movie. But anyway, yeah, if I remember correctly, they were in this super high security house for when the Purge happened, and somehow the child lets in a stranger who's looking for help because he's being hunted down by these rich assholes who feel like they can hunt people down for sport? ? But, yeah, it showed the whole thing of, like, this high security house and how the house literally was basically turned against them because eventually the intruders got in trying to search for that guy. And the house kind of became their detriment, but it wasn't really showcased as far as I'm thinking of, because it's not like the technology turned against them, right? It's not like they tried to lift, like, the shutters off the house and the house didn't respond to them because there was no internet. It was the Purge. There was still internet. It's just that there's no, like, laws for a specific amount of time. So, it's similar, but it's not exactly the concept I'm thinking of. Yes, I do watch the kill counts. It is one of the very few ways I can consume horror movies without outright watching them. I cannot watch horror movies because I am such a terribly anxious person that... How do I put this in a lighthearted way that won't make you guys feel sad? My brain will literally turn the content I view against me. And I already don't sleep enough as it is, so I just don't consume horror media. Or at least I don't watch horror movies. Because quite literally my brain will turn that content against me and I just won't be able to sleep. Because I'll just be having constant nightmares. I'm already paranoid as it is. So, you know, my brain just kind of hates me. But there are, like, ways I can consume horror media without it translating into my brain as something terrifying, if that makes sense. It's like the context of it. Because the way that Dead Meat does it, it's very comical, it's very satirical, they do commentary on the movie itself, they show you the behind the scenes, which is the important part as well, because I feel like the behind the scenes tidbits is what separates it in my brain. Right? How it's this isn't real. Right? I feel like that's what it is, because they always go into the behind the scenes where the actors make commentary, how they do the special effects. I feel like that's why I can consume it without my brain turning it against me, essentially. But yeah, it's like literally one of the few ways I can consume horror media without regretting it. Hello, Sticks! Yeah, they also covered, like, a really cool movie, Ready or Not. I might watch Ready or Not, because it's not really, like, a crazy horror movie from what I've seen. Hello, Madeline. It doesn't have, like, crazy jump scares. It's more, like, psychological. No, that's incorrect, actually. It's more thriller than horror, right? From what I've seen from the clips, they don't really have a lot of jump scares. And it looks really cool. It looks like a really cool movie. I love the aesthetic of it and all of the games and things. Yeah, Artfight's almost over. I gotta lock in for this last week. Yeah, highly recommend Dead Meat if y'all are like me and you can't really consume horror movies, but you still want to, like, see, like, some clips and stuff while also having some cool commentary on it. Even if you love horror movies, it's also still just a really, like, cool experience to see, like, the behind the scenes and stuff like that, the little Easter eggs that the narrator points out. All that fun stuff. I wonder who's gonna win this year. Good question. I haven't even checked, like, the actual, like, ratios. Let me see. Who's ahead? It looks like Team Comedy is still ahead. But we'll see. Because I'm imagining that a lot of people are, like, switching teams right now. And then we still have the final scoring where a bunch of points are going to be swapped around after, like, moderation checks some attacks and stuff. So I still say it's anyone's game. Especially because, like, we're only ahead by, like, what, 2%? So we shall see. Oh yeah, I cannot play horror games. For the same exact reason. That's why the horror games that I do end up having to play, because it was like a stretch goal or something, are like things that I can at least look at it and be like, I'm sure this won't like fuck me up too much. Yeah, Ches, I literally told you I also have a fear of the ocean. What do you think that's gonna do to me? I love you guys, but I'm not gonna endanger my mental health. That's why I was like, not an option. I already know. I already know. Yeah, it was, I'm trying to think. It was one of the Dark Picture games, Man of Medan. And I tried playing it with my husband, who was my boyfriend at the time. And he wanted to play it because he got it on sale on Steam, and it's a game that's better experienced with another person because, you know, you make choices and stuff together. It's basically like you're playing you're playing through a horror movie, essentially. And he wanted to play it because he got it. And I tried it for him because I love this man so much. But I could not last 5 minutes. I literally had to Alt F4 because we were exploring an underwater submarine, which, by the way, he completely forgot that I was afraid of the ocean on top of all this. We were exploring an underwater submarine. The characters were doing an investigation because they're like, ooh, look at this spooky shit. We're gonna go in here. Stupid. But they went in and they were investigating, and I went up to a skeleton and I'm like, oh my god, it's probably gonna like come to life or something and grab the shit out of me. No, in fact, an eel popped out of like the fucking chest cavity and jump scared the shit out of me, and I immediately Alt F4'd. And I was like, no, I can't do this, honey. I'm so sorry. Hello, Colbert. I was like, I cannot do this. Yeah, Man of Medan? I don't know how it's pronounced. Medan? But either way, I could not play it, but I did watch a kill count review of one of their other games. Was it the werewolf one? Yeah, he was laughing. He was laughing, Madeline. He was bawling when I Alt F4'd, and he's like, where'd you go? What happened? And I'm like, what do you think happened? I'm glad he found it so funny, but I'm over here like, I'm gonna get him one day. But, yeah, I watched a kill count on the Hackett's Quarry? I know that's the name of the location in-game. I don't remember if that's the actual name of the game itself, though. It takes place in Hackett's Quarry? Either way, they did a kill count on it, so I was able to consume it. and see. Oh, The Quarry. It's called The Quarry. Yes, that one. Yeah, they did a kill count on it, and I was like, ah, yes, finally, I can see what this game is about. Because I do really like the Dark Pictures games, but again, I feel like those ones would fuck me up. Until Dawn did. Until Dawn was a mistake when it first came out. Oh my gosh. Now I can watch clips from Until Dawn and be like, oh my gosh, the graphical animation was like so different back then. Now it looks a little goofy for some of the stuff. I will say, some of the kills are very brutal, though. Oh my goodness. But some of them do kind of look goofy because of, like, the animations and stuff. And also the facial expressions that the characters make. But when I first, like, saw... I was watching, like a little compilation thing for Until Dawn. Back, like, when it was coming out, because... I really like folklore and stuff like that, and Wendigos are part of the folklore stuff. And, you know, at some point, I want to make games, so I'm like, oh, a Wendigo might be a cool creature to have in a game someday. I did not sleep for a week after watching that compilation. Would you try to play some of the horror games that Daz gave? I have no idea who that is. You'll have to help me out here. I have no idea what they play. But the most likely answer I can tell you is most likely no. Like, I couldn't play Man of Medan. I definitely probably still can't play Until Dawn. I can watch clips of Until Dawn, but I can't play it. I don't know why. There's also a difference between actually playing the thing and, like, watching it. I guess it's like the whole thing of, like, the choices you make are yours kind of thing, which makes it more nerve-wracking. I have been able to play Dead by Daylight, though, even though it still makes me hella nervous. But it doesn't scare me like it used to when I was younger. When I was younger, I had to Alt F4 because I triggered one of, I think, the hag's traps, and she jumped out and scared me. Ren can watch horror and other people play it, but he can't play. Yeah. It's a lot different when you watch it versus when you actually do it yourself. And I feel like being behind the driver's seat just makes it so much more anxiety-inducing. Cause my brother tried to get me to play, what's it called? Outlast? I think it's Outlast. He tried to get me to play Outlast, which is one of his favorite horror games. He really likes Outlast. Or at least back when we were younger. I don't know if it's still his favorite. But he tried to get me to play Outlast, and I got stuck towards the beginning. There's like a chase sequence. I don't remember what the character was that was chasing you, but at one point there's a bunch of desks and stuff you can hide under, and I went under there, and I did not move for like 30 minutes, I think. Because every time I wanted to pop out, I thought it was going to get me, because I did not know where this creature person thing was hunting me down, and I'm like, I don't know where I'm going, I don't know what's going on, this guy's going to grab my ass. I had no idea, I had no clue, so I didn't move for 30 minutes because I stun locked myself. It was terrible. And then my brother was like, do you want me to take over? And I was like, yes, actually, thank you. So my brother took over for me and just ended up playing the game to completion. And he kept looking at me every time he finished a chase sequence. I'm over here on the couch behind him holding a pillow, just like, oh, you're doing great. You're doing great. It's a difference of, oh god, I killed him, and oh no, he died. Yeah, exactly. That's a perfect encapsulation. Nope. You can't get me, Madeline. I know what you are. You can't get me. Poppy Playtime is another one I will not touch. I know what you are. I've seen Poppy Playtime. You can't fool me. I've seen the little bastard that's called Catnap. You're insane. I ain't touching that game. That's crazy. Like, literally, isn't that game just mostly chase sequences? I'm good. Have you played Lethal Company? Yep. And guess what my role was? Literally following my husband as closely as possible. I always died first. I'm pretty sure... Did we stream it? I don't remember. Did we stream a Lethal Company, or did I record a Lethal Company? I don't know. I don't remember if I streamed Lethal Company the one time I played, or if I recorded it but never got it finished as a video, because I hate editing video. I hate editing gaming videos because of the subtitles alone. But I have a lot of footage that I need to edit down and compile, but I just feel like when I get to the point, I'm just gonna hire an editor to do it, because it brings me no joy. I'd rather edit my drawing videos. Oh yes, I absolutely despise FNAF. Yeah, when I was younger, it used to scare me. But now that I'm older, I just don't like it. I'm not a fan of the gameplay. And, you know, it's just not my cup of tea. My brother loves it. I don't know if he still does, actually. I haven't asked him about it because he hasn't talked about it in years. But it's just not my cup of tea. I don't like the jump scare video games that literally only exist to make me scream repeatedly. Yeah, when it makes you so nervous you have to put it down and then take a break. Oh my god. I've had to do that with a few games too. I had to do that for, I believe, the first Tomb Raider? The reboot that we tried to play, I believe that came out in 2016, I want to say, that we tried to play on stream, but it glitched out, so I couldn't, like, get past a certain section. Which sucks. Because it's a really fun game, too. I really like it. But it also makes me nervous. Like, I don't know. I know, Ches, you were there for that stream. I don't know for those of you who are also there, if you noticed how nervous I was getting at certain sections where you had to jump down holes and stuff, how nervous I was getting. It's because I got jump scared when I was younger with one of those sections, and it scared me so bad I had to literally put down the controller and, like, take a break for an entire day. Because I think one of the holes that you jump down, someone grabs you. Like, it's like even the non-horror games that I'm just like, oh my god, please, please don't do this to me. Since we're talking about games, I wonder if you'd ever rage quit at a game you're playing. I think the answer is yes. It has to be yes. I'm trying to think. I think I even rage quitted on a game on stream. I just don't remember what game it was. I'm trying to think. What game have I rage quitted? Are we talking about, like, rage quit, like I never picked it up again, or rage quit, I had to take a break? I think there's, like, one game that I rage quitted so hard, I had to stop playing it, period. Lethal Company was a stream. Thank you, Kiwi. I'm trying to think. What was it? Hold on, now I have to look through my games library. I have to look. I'm not sure. It could be because I've played so many games in recent years. It might have been back in my Xbox days, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Fuck, I don't remember. It wasn't Octodad, we finished that on stream. It wasn't Another Crap's Treasure, I literally 100%'d that game. So it definitely was not this recent. I guess I have to go with the kinda boring answer, because I can't think of like a, hello Kirsten, I can't think of like a video game that I rage quitted in. I know it happened once. I'm pretty sure it was back in my Xbox days, which was a while ago. So I can't remember, because my memory's so ass. But the next best answer I have for you is that technically, legally, by definition standpoint, technically, I've rage quitted from Genshin Impact. Technically, it kind of fits the criteria. It's just not the exciting answer. But technically, I have rage quitted from ever playing Genshin Impact, and I have not played it for years. I was even considering, because there was a little bit of a controversy going on with someone's video that they released recently. And they were talking about, like, stuff in Genshin Impact that was, like, weird and making the game bad, and they had a lot of weird points. But they did have some good points in there, too, from what I was seeing. It's just that it was buried in a lot of weird tanks. But no, I'm not in remission, Kirsten. I play Magic the Gathering and Pokemon. I'm still very much gambling. I'm just being more responsible about it, you know what I mean? Now I have my husband to keep me in check. But, yeah, at some point a few days ago, I was considering doing a video on why I stopped playing Genshin Impact, because there's quite a few reasons that all came together, but eventually it came to the culmination of when I tried getting Farina and I did not get her, and I was like, that's it. I actually have to put this game down. I cannot do this anymore. But it was a lot of little things adding up to that final big thing, because I really, really wanted Farina. She is so cool. I love her design. I love her kit. She was so, so cool, and I was devastated when I couldn't get her. But it was just, it all just started adding up, you know what I mean? But I was debating on doing a video, and for the video, I was going to go back into my old Genshin account to see what's changed, and also just to see what my old characters were like, because I remember I had Hu Tao, who was my absolute favorite character, so I maxed her out. I think I had 4 constellations on her. I had her signature weapon that I also think had, like, 2... What's the word? Rank ups? I don't remember, it's been so long. Like, I think Hu Tao was my best kitted out character, because she was my favorite character. So I took a lot of lengths to really, like, enhance her. And then I had a few others that followed behind. But I remembered that literally, I think it was a year or 2 ago, that Hoyoverse sent me a fucking email that was like, hey, if you want to keep your account, you haven't logged in a very long time. You haven't played these games. If you want to keep your account and not lose your progress and stuff, we need you to, like, log back in and tell us that you don't want us to delete your shit. And I remember reading that email, and I looked at it, and I was like, I'll get to it later. I did not, in fact, get to it later. I think a part of me genuinely wanted to forget about it, so that way I would not log back in. I feel like my brain was just like, we are actively not gonna do this because you're gonna you're gonna get back into it somehow, and you're gonna spiral all over again. So, my account no longer exists. So, even if I wanted to get back into Genshin or into Honkai Star Rail, I cannot. Because all of my characters, all of my it's gone. It's all gone. It's all gone. And your girl would not want to start from zero. Are they allowed to delete? Well, to be fair, my account was sorry, not deactivated, but like my account, I had not touched it for years at that point. Because I think I stopped playing back in like 2021, 2022? Maybe? No. Was it 23 or 24? Now I have to check. Now that I'm saying it out loud, it actually has not been that long, because Genshin came out around, like, COVID, right? Huh. Time is a weird soup. Interesting. But, yeah, it had been a little while since I last logged in, which I guess Hoyo was moving over their stuff to a new, like, system, I think it was for. They were doing something with all their users' accounts, and I guess this was their way of clearing up whatever for the servers for, like, people who have not played in a hot minute. Is what I guess it was. Not that I mind, because it just gives me another reason not to go back and play again. Because I almost got pulled into Zenless Zone Zero by my friends, because they started playing it. And I was like, y'all, I don't think you understand. I actively cannot do this. But, yeah, I couldn't go back. And I was just like, well, it might not be much of a video if I can't go back at the end of it and be like, this is all the shit I had. This is how different the game is now. Holy crap, because, like, Sneznaya is about to come out if it's not already out. And I think that's crazy, because I stopped playing when Fontaine was out, at the very least. Like, I think it was right before the new region, Natlan. I think it was right before Natlan came out that I stopped playing. That I threw the white glove. Which, don't get me wrong, I still really like Genshin. I do think that the new character designs have kind of gotten a little bit repetitive. And if anything, if I still do end up making that video, then it's probably gonna be focused on, like, the new character designs and why I feel like they're repetitive. I feel like they all follow the basic formula for both the men and the women. And I feel like it's lost a little bit of its magic, because I remember being so amazed at the character designs when they first came out, when the game was coming out, and now I see every now and then on my feed a new Genshin character getting revealed, and I'm like, oh. They're okay, I guess. I like them. I'm not amazed. Meanwhile, the other Hoyo games are still, like, putting out really cool designs that are very, like, different. Except for Honkai Star Rail sometimes. They also tended to follow, like, a very repetitive pattern with their Xianzhou characters from the Laofu. Yeah. Which is saying a lot, because my favorite character that I had an obsession with was Tingyun. I love Tingyun. I still want to cosplay her. She's so pretty. But I can't go back to that game. I can't go back to any of those games. I almost played Zenless Zone Zero for the rabbit character that came out. What was her name? I don't know her name. But once again, I managed to stick it through and not do that. If I keep playing, I'm gonna lose this house. I quit around Sumeru. Yeah, I feel like Sumeru was really cool. I feel like one of the big problems in Genshin is that even if we had like a whole year before the new region came out, I feel like they didn't develop the characters' stories enough in those regions while we still had them. Like, I really wish we got more of the, oh my god. Inazuma. It's been that long. I'm starting to forget things. I used to be a lore fanatic for Genshin, and the fact that I'm forgetting things is crazy. But for Inazuma, I feel like they really could have delved more into the other characters for the whole war arc. I don't feel like we nearly got enough of Gojo. I don't feel like we nearly got enough of oh my god. It's been so long. The pink-haired priestess general girl, she's so pretty. Why am I forgetting her? Kokomi! Her name's Kokomi. I don't feel like we nearly got enough Kokomi, even though she did get a character-focused, like, character quest. I don't think it was enough. I feel like we really should have delved more into those before we went to go confront the Raiden Shogun. Or after, I believe, if I remember correctly, there's a first confrontation that fails. And then the second confrontation is where we're like, alright, we need to, like, lock in. But I feel like there could have been more in between those. Building up how oppressed Inazuma is under Ai's, like, eternal rule. A's. I. A. But yeah, either way, I feel like Genshin just doesn't explore its side characters enough because it's too focused on, like, the big hitters like the Archons. And even then, the Archons also, I feel like, depending on which one, they don't get a lot of development. Yeah, because I feel like the Raiden Shogun still needs, like, a lot of development, especially because they're, like, split into two, the Raiden Shogun and A. Man, I remember that I used to have a mission to collect all of the character recipes. Oh, God. Personally confused on how they went really cool high fantasy to having a bunch of tech. Are you referring to Mavuika and her motorcycle? Is that what you're... Is that one of the big examples, Sticks? Because I feel the same way. I'm confused on the motorcycle. I did see someone pointing out that the motorcycle doesn't look like the ancient tech they have in that region because it's not ancient tech, but it still looks too modern. You know what I mean? Like, it's not... It looks too modern. It doesn't look fantasy enough for me to lock in and be like, yeah, that makes sense. Like the little earpieces that you had to wear in Sumeru, right? Those things, they looked fantastical enough because they looked kind of like a mix of magic, right? Even though they were literally just big ol' glowing earpieces on the characters. It still looked magical enough where I'm just like, yeah, okay. The motorcycle. I just don't feel it looks like magic enough. I feel like it's too modern. Like, I feel like it's in the wrong genre. That feels like a thing you would see in Cyberpunk 2077, right? A lot of the region have tech for some reason. Interesting. Oh, are you talking about Shaolin? Shaolin? The Panther lady? I don't know much about her, so I can't comment. I only know so much about Mavuika because I saw, like, her character trailer and stuff. Like, every now and then I'll pop in and I'll see what Genshin's cooking up, right? But I don't have enough to really comment on whether it fits or not. I just know that aesthetically, it's a little off. I just wish it had different design elements to really make sure it's part of the world. I don't know any of their names. I said that's fair. I still try to learn their names just in case I ever want to draw them. Because I know at some point I want to do a redux of the old collab that Ren and I did way back when, where we basically spun a wheel and whatever character it landed on, we switched their visions. That was a really fun challenge. And every now and then I get the urge to like redo the old designs that I did, because I feel like I could do a much better job now, especially with the Venti that I drew. Who knows? I might even try to do it for the Honkai Star Rail cast. But we'll see. Even if I do those, I'm just gonna do massive research. I can't go back into the games. I can't do it. I can't go back into the trenches. Xiaolonen. Xiaolonen? Wait, she's a blacksmith, but she has a DJ table? Does she DJ as a hobby? Possibly? It's a very interesting mix of occupations. I think it could work. I've seen weirder combinations. It just depends on how they do it. Like, does she use her music to help forge the stuff? Because technically music is sound. Sound can produce sound waves and stuff like that. Like, it'd be cool. I don't know. I'd have to really sit down and, like, ruminate in it. Marinate in the idea. But I think it can work. You just have to be very, like, deliberate with the concepts. Like, is it just a side thing for her? Or is it, like... I don't know. Hello, Sylvan! Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, using the music to help her blacksmith. I think that would be pretty rad if it's done right. Because, what's a good example of, like, using music for different types of stuff in relation to attacks and stuff? No Straight Roads. No Straight Roads is a really, really cool game that its whole concept is that there is a... You play as two people who are part of a rock band, and they're trying to spread rock to the city that they live in. I think it's called Music City or Sound City, I don't remember. And the city is overlooked by these factions of different music genres, and they each have their own, like, little gimmick to them. One of my favorite characters in that setting is Sayu, who is a cute little, like, Vocaloid adjacent VTuber person thing that's controlled by, like, 5 people, the animator, the voice actor, the programmer. It's so clever. Her boss fight is so fun. I actually have the game and I can't wait to play it. I've been meaning to play it for a while, but I just have so many games on my list. I still need to finish Indivisible after Artfight is over, because I haven't played it because it's only been art streams, you know? She uses it... I don't think she uses it for her profession. Natlanese people do party a lot. So it's just for the partying? They could have just had a specific character for that, no? Like the actual, like, party planner, the person who runs the parties. The Pinkie Pie, if you will. Interesting. Whose OC is this? This is from Look It's Unknown. I am drawing their Sona Haruka. Ah, fuck, I forgot they have these floofy ass sleeves. Let me try this mask first, actually. Hold on. Going to grab the ellipse tool. Even better! More characters! If they need a rep, wouldn't it be pretty silly funny of them for each rep to be based off like a different music theme? They could literally be their own characters, like, unironically. Hello, I got Brain Terrence. Yeah, because isn't the... God, I forget what the region is inspired by. I know there's a lot of influences in there. But that's... I'm pretty sure there's quite a few music genres they can play with. For those representatives. For the party people. The party committee. Man, I'm not gonna lie, for the Nation of War, they all sound very, like, cooperative when it comes to putting together parties. I think that's so funny. Oh my god, wait. Styx, are you still watching the stream? I have a question for you. I completely forgot to ask this the other day when I was watching you and Ren streaming. Because I got so invested in the, what was it y'all were talking about? I'm trying to remember. Fuck, I can't remember. Y'all were talking about something and everyone got really deep into it and I'm like, oh my gosh. They don't go to war with each other, but with the Abyss? Okay. Okay, so they're not at war with each other, but just with the Abyss? But that's enough to make them the Nation of War? I guess it would, if it's like their only focus. I don't know, it sounded like they were always fighting with each other for whoever's representative would be the next Archon. Interesting. The mask is gonna be a little off, but that's fine. It's gonna be covered. my hands, so I'm not gonna stress too much about it. Especially because I've got 2-ish, 3-ish hours left. I at least want to finish, like, the base colors. Wait, hold on. It's 3 o'clock. Where's my husband? He texted me that he was heading home at 2:50. Hold on, I have to see if my raccoon husband came home. 1 second, chat. Alright, chat, I'm back. Sorry about that. Ah. I also grabbed myself some snacks because I was getting, like, really hungry. I've returned. I'm gonna mute my mic when I'm not talking because I don't want y'all to get the chip crunch ASMR. So once again, I have chips. It is indeed Look It's Unknown's Sona Haruka.
You gonna clean this up?
Huh?
Also, use your damn glove.
Oh! I'm not used to using this thing.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm telling you to use it now.
Mm-hmm. Ah! Come here!
Okay.
Ah! These ships are so good, chat. Get some rest so you don't feel groggy tomorrow. I can't believe the crunching's so loud. It's literally like popping up on my little PNG tuber. That's crazy. It's literally so crunchy, my PNG tuber is like jumping. I don't know, Ches. I feel like the current bounty that I have is Ren's sister Yura. I've been having that as a bounty for a little bit because I feel like Yura definitely needs more attacks. Her characters are so cute. I believe Yura's link should definitely be on Ren's profile. So far, the main ones are Slime Rancher, Stardew, and Cuphead, of course. The other ones that I use in my little streaming playlist, I also use the Date Everything soundtrack. Because that was a fun game. Let me see, what else? I'm trying to think, what else do I use? There's a bunch of Nintendo ones in there for sure. From, like, very different games. Like, there's some Mario ones, Legend of Zelda ones. I think there's some Deltarune in here. And I want to say Undertale. I know I had to take some out because they were getting me flagged, and I'm still fine-tuning the playlist for it to not get me flagged at the end of a stream. So far, still working on it. Here's a Pokemon one. Yeah, I'm still working on the playlist. I'm so silly. I put this sleeve way too high up. Water! I keep pressing the button. This hand does feel massive though. I feel like I'm being a little too afraid to extend poof. Because these sleeves are very poofy. Bam! I got the button. One second. My colored pencil oxidized? What kind of colored pencil do you have? I don't think colored pencils should be oxidizing. Ooh. I'm getting to the thumb, Ches. I'm just trying to figure out how I want it to look. Yeah, because I was gonna say, oxidation, that's for metals, no? Specifically copper, I want to say? It's been in a metal case? I feel like your colored pencil needs to be submitted to like a lab somewhere for study. I need to look up a reference, hold on. Here we go. I keep clicking the button. I'm not used to this new tablet pen. I cracked my knuckles, I'm sorry. ears. Oh, this is weird using the... That's so weird. I have to start using the buttons more, chat. Instead of reaching over to my keyboard and then just doing that. A bounty in the chat? Go ahead, Chez. I'm intrigued. There you have it, chat. Feast upon another bounty. Maybe I made it too thin. There we go. To make a note for myself because I do want there to be some moonlight here, so I'm gonna mark it in yellow. So I want it to be on that side. I'll hide this for later. First, let's start with our basic colors. Godspeed to your friend, the Mad Lad. This character belongs to my buddy Look It's Unknown. This is their Sona, and this is their Sona's tragedy outfit. Because we all made outfits for our Sonas. I am in Team Comedy, and then my two art friends are on Team Tragedy. So they have their Team Tragedy outfits. There we go. I love KK Slider. Cass! Cass, hello! How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I'm trying to get a thing done today. I'm so glad it's you and not Ren, because I kind of don't want Ren to accidentally see this. Because this is supposed to get animated, so like... I'm trying to get all the basics done today. To at least get the base done. I don't know if you've seen that meme with the character staring forward, and then like the other characters like... going around their head. That's what I'm trying to do. Oh yeah. I'm trying to at least get, like, the coloring done. It's 4:32. If we go till 6, I'm at least hoping I can get to the shading and have all the base done, and then tonight when I come back home, probably start sketching out the little animated characters. They're gonna be little chibs, so they're gonna be very, hopefully, simpler. And then you're next, by the way. I've got plans for you, buddy. Don't think you can escape my wrath. Oh. Shit. Shit. Cass, are you also working on some Artfight stuff? I might have to adjust this a little bit. I wouldn't say an entire month of just sleeping. I just realized I didn't hop into the Discord like I usually do. Let me know if you want to chat and voice call or if you just want to stay typing. Hello, Hazelnuts. Typing day it is. Which reminds me, Cass, I gotta ask you and Ren later, cause I gotta get some stuff set up. I gotta remember to put it into the chat later. Just reminded me about it. I almost forgot. Slaps. To sleep, perchance to dream. Here we go. Also, Cass, I hope you know this tablet is gonna take me some time to get used to. I finally got to set it up last night after I... Oh my god! I just remembered, chat, I didn't even tell you the fiasco of what it took for me to get the video that went up today uploaded. Holy shit. I just realized I missed an entire, like, plot line. Okay. I'll get to the tablet in a second, but I need to tell you guys about this bullshit. Oh my goodness. So for those of you in the Discord, you probably saw my post saying, hey y'all, sadly the video won't be up for channel members when it was supposed to be up. So 2 videos released this week, right? There's one that came out today. If you haven't seen it, you should totally see it. And there's one that came out Wednesday for my wedding anniversary, right? So originally, right, the wedding anniversary went up like I forgot when I put it up for channel members. It was either Monday night or Tuesday night. But generally, I try to get the videos up like a day or 2 before so channel members have an early access, right? And the other video, my Artfight week 2 through 3 progress video, was supposed to go up for channel members for early viewing on Wednesday evening. So it was supposed to go up Wednesday evening, right? And I was editing. I had it ready, I want to say either Sunday night or Monday night. I finished editing it, and I had a few other things to take care of. When I went back to export it, because I was like still finishing up the final touches on the wedding anniversary video. When I went to go export it after I finally, came back to it, and I'm like, I already did the thumbnail. Everything's ready. I'm so good. I was so locked in. I finished 2 videos. I went to go export it, and I set it to export overnight. Folks, tell me how I get up and I go to take a look. Right? On, I think it was Wednesday morning, I want to say. And the video has not only not finished exported, but it says it's going to take 67 hours. After having been loading all night. 67 hours. And I'm like, that can't be right, but I can't sit here and worry about it right now because I am literally about to go on my anniversary date with my husband in like 30-ish minutes because we're both getting ready. So I was like, fuck. So I have to put that to the side, right? I have to put that to the side. We go on our date. It's absolutely, absolutely lovely. I had such a fun time. It was such a good date. And, you know, I go back home and I'm like, okay, we had such a nice date. I can take a look at this video exporting while my husband gets ready for bed because he still has work the next day, right? So I go to take a look and I fiddle around with it for like an hour and I'm like, why is it that no matter what I do, no matter how many times I export it, the time keeps increasing. It goes down to 5 minutes, right? And then from there it starts increasing. And I'm like, oh no, this might actually be a huge problem. So I try my best Wednesday night before I go to bed and Thursday morning, spending hours trying to figure out what is going on. I try everything. There was like a little error that popped up for frame recursion. I thought that some of my files were corrupted, so I literally changed the format of the videos to help them, because generally that helps with fixing corrupted files by changing their video export, and OBS lets you change the format of the video. So I tried doing that. It's still not fucking working, and I'm like, okay, shit. So I try looking up some other stuff. I see like, oh hey, you might want to make sure your drivers are updated. I open up my drivers. My GPU driver is like, literally, it says the device isn't working because it's like, it needs to get updated. And I'm like, oh, this must be it right here. I update the drivers. I make sure everything's up to date. I even check what version Windows I'm on. I do all that. I go back. It's still doing the same fucking thing. I went through so many Reddit posts, the official Adobe, like, help board, like, various different websites, videos. I watched so many fucking YouTube videos on this shit, and none of them helped. Nothing helped. And before I knew it, it went from, like, 9 in the morning to, like, 3 o'clock, and my husband is coming back home, and he's about to leave for his AOS, because he wanted to go play some Age of Sigmar, but he helped me out for a little bit. For, like, I want to say, like, 30 to 45 minutes, he sat down and he was looking at my GPU and everything, and he's like, man, Adobe Premiere 2026 takes up a lot of your CPU, like, it's a lot. It's not taking from your GPU at all, even though I fixed my settings like 3 times in Premiere Pro. It should have been using the GPU to help it export the video, because the GPU makes sure that it accelerates the time. I even tried using the media encoder, which is supposed to take a load off of the CPU, and the same thing was happening. I was gonna go crazy. I was going to go insane. Like, when I tell you, I was literally losing my mind, trying my damnedest to get this fucking video out. I was like, I don't want to delay this video. It's literally done. It is literally done. I was telling everybody it would be out, and I want it to be out. Like, this is supposed to be like a double video week. It was supposed to be super cool and awesome, right? And it already sucks that it can't be up for channel members, because, like, that's literally part of the perks! And I'm like, Adobe, you little shit. And I'm freaking out. At this point, it's like 6 o'clock. No, 4 o'clock. Around 4 o'clock. My husband's leaving for AOS, and I sit there. I sit there in my chair that I'm currently sitting in. And I'm just like, I can't keep trying to fix this. I'm going to do the final resort. Separating the file and taking out the problem child video did not fucking work. Doing all this shit did not work. None of this is working. The only solution I have right now to try and get this video out on time, was going back into Adobe Premiere Pro 2025 Because I did not have any issues. I got the wedding video exported and everything. I don't know what happened with this current video. I don't know what it is. But this is a new version of Adobe that came out recently, and I've been having so many fucking issues with it. Not even just this whole exporting shit. It's literally been crashing on me too. When I try to move videos in, I've had to change the way I do my music files to put music in my videos. Previously, you could just drag and drop MP3 files, and now it won't let me. I had to change to converting all my audio files into WAV files. So, it literally hasn't even been just this. It's been a whole bunch of issues with this fucking program. And I sat there and I'm like, I have to go back. This is my last resort. I'm going to rebuild the video from the ground up, from zero, in Adobe Premiere Pro 2025. If this does not work, I don't know what will. So I had to remake the video, redo the audio, re-put everything together. I had to cut out an entire section of the video. I had a bunch of chibis that I worked on between week 2 and 3, but I had to cut out that entire section because I did not have time. I did not have time to include them because, like, that's more audio I had to record and more sections I had to edit. So I had to take out an entire section. So I think I might just make the chibis their own video or something. I don't know. I have all that footage and I don't know what to do with it. But I don't want to include it in the last video because I have other stuff too that, you know, I just don't know. I just don't know. But yeah, I had to remake the video from literally zero. I redid all the audio. I did all that stuff. I spent hours trying to lock in and finish the fucking video, which, by the way, that was excruciating because I had been dying to take out my tablet, the art tablet that my husband had got me for our anniversary, and try it out, but I just could not. I was gonna work on Artfight stuff too with all that time. Like, can you imagine how many attacks I would have gotten done by now? But yeah, I literally, all that time and effort because Adobe's products fucking suck. I hate it so much. But eventually, at almost 9-10 p.m. at night, I finally finished getting the video put together. And I, with bated breath, set the video to export, and I watched the meter. It did the same thing where it was reducing in time. It went to 5 minutes, and I had my peepers open as I watched as the bar went, the time remaining went up, and my heart sank, chat. My heart sank as the time continued to rise, but I noticed that the progress percent was still going up though. It didn't freeze like it had before. So I still had some hope. I let it sit for a little bit. The time kept going up, but the progress meter also kept going up. I went to go walk the dog. I came back, the meter was still going up. At this point, it was like 30-40%, and I had so much hope. I was like, oh my god, this is the highest it's gotten all day. Previously, it wouldn't go past like 20%. It would get frozen around there. And eventually, at some point, it finished. And I wanted to cry, because I was like, holy shit, it finally did it. I immediately got everything set up. I put the video through YouTube so YouTube could, like, analyze it. I was so ready. I was so ready, and I set the time for it. I'm like, 10 a.m. Here we go. So, channel members had early access at, like, 10, almost 11 at night. But yeah, I was so stressed. Like, at some point when I was editing the video, I included a little ranting section about this whole situation. I probably sounded so tired because I was so jaded and I was so upset. So, you know, if you want to hear a little funny thing, go towards the end of the video in the last section. But yeah, no, I was so upset. This is, like, the worst experience. Like, keep in mind, I've had other experiences with Adobe. Adobe, I really hate them. I really do, and I hate how they're so industry standard for shit, essentially. I get it, they have a lot of programs that are really good for some professions, but their programs are also just not good sometimes. Like, there's stuff that shouldn't have to be a problem if they just troubleshooted it, but they never do. But yeah, it's also the fact that you can't customize your plan. That's another thing. They're so greedy with it. Because I've had Adobe products since like, oh my god, high school? Because it's so industry standard and they had a student plan. But they not only have raised the prices like 3 times, but not only that, but they also don't let you do like customized plans. Like, you either get Photoshop by itself or you get all of the apps. Those are your options. You can't customize it and be like, hey, can I do a plan for 3 of your apps? Because in reality, I only really need Illustrator and Premiere Pro. Maybe Photoshop. Maybe. Not often. I only ever open Photoshop once in a blue moon. But in reality, I don't need all of their apps. I don't touch them. I haven't touched, like, Adobe Design Suite, the one that helps you make, like, websites and stuff. I have not touched that one. I haven't touched Animate, because I like using Clip Studio's animation thing better. Because I don't use tweening and stuff like that. And even then, I'm pretty sure Clip Studio's animation thing lets you use tweening. So, it's literally suboptimal for the user experience just so they can milk their users out of all their money because they know that their users are starting to veer away from Adobe products. That's literally it. I am pretty sure they're raising their prices because more and more people are dropping Adobe. And then they trap you in a year-long subscription that's paid monthly when that makes no fucking sense. That only makes sense if you're trying to keep your users around because they can't get out of their plan without you charging them. It sucks. I hate them. And after this experience, I will be looking for new programs to use because I can't keep doing this. I can't keep editing a video the night before it's supposed to get uploaded, trying to get it finished. I just can't do it. If I have to do that again, I think I will break my computer. Like, I haven't... Fuck. I was so into my ramp, I didn't realize I fucked up the layer colors, but it's whatever, we're just gonna redo these. But, yeah, I can't do it again. I can't. That was such a stressful experience, and imagine if it was with a bigger video that would have taken longer to export, or, like, a bigger video in general that was, like, closer to an hour long, that I had a lot more time into editing. I think I would have legitimately, like, actually cried if I had to redo one of my bigger videos. Like, it sucks. It should not have to be this way. Especially because all of the solutions I tried finding, there was none. Not even the Adobe thing itself could give you answers onto what the fuck is happening. So, this is my little PSA to you all. Be very careful before you choose what program you go into with. I know a lot of schools and stuff will push Adobe products onto you, but there are alternate options. I just learned that too late, and I thought I was too far gone, but at this point, I have to learn new programs before I lose my mind, because I do not think that this is gonna get better. I'm not even gonna open up the 2026 version of Adobe because I'm just too scared of that happening again. I can't rebuild another video and not lose my fucking mind. Like, I already don't like doing voiceovers because they take so much energy, and, like, I just don't like hearing my own voice. Like, I can't keep doing this. It takes so much energy out of me just to do a voiceover that literally it takes me, like, a little bit to do it. So the fact that I had to rush it and, like, go, okay, I need to, like, lock in. I was tired. Oh my god, I was so tired once it finally was over. But yeah, that was all the chaos that was going on behind the scenes. Go watch the video if you haven't. Pretty please. Watch the video and leave a comment for little old me. Oh my gosh. I feel bad because my poor husband had to literally watch me be so stressed out. Like, I was angry when he got home. I was upset. And he's like, are you okay? And I'm like, fuck no, I'm not okay. I have a deadline and a dream. But yeah, literally fuck Adobe. Don't use them. They're so ass. Ches, are you trying to ask what an open source is? Ah, okay. But yeah. After all that craziness, though, I finally got to set up my new tablet. That was, like, literally the first thing I did after I finished. I was like, finally, I can finally try this out now. Which, it's very different from my old one. First of all, it's bigger. My husband was just like, yeah, I wanted to get you a big one. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Which he said that he thought I was gonna be mad at him, and I'm like, why would I be mad at you? And he's like, at how much I spent. So I left it at that, cause I don't need to know. I don't need to know. I do not need to know. I feel like if I know how much this man spent on this tablet, I would feel too bad to use it. He said it, and I immediately knew he went a little crazy. I was like, oh my god. Meanwhile, I'm over here drawing sleeves for him. I was like, god damn it, honey. How big is the tablet? It's like... Hold on, let me grab my old one for, like, size comparison. Hold on. It's not like one of those crazy industry standard animation tablets that are, like, the size, like, of half a table themselves. It's like... It's still a big tablet, but it's like a little bigger than my old one. Hold on. Yeah, it has a screen on it. He knows that I prefer using the screen ones because they're easier to use. There you go, Cass. I sent you a picture. That's my old tablet on top of my new tablet. Hello, Candy. What do you mean a present? Should I be concerned? Oh my god, a star! Have I told you guys that I finally know where to find these things, by the way? Thank you for the star, Candy. Yeah, I finally found out how to find these things. Thank goodness. So yeah, it's not crazy big, but it's definitely like a little bigger than my current tablet. Enough so that I feel so like weird trying to use the new screen. I will say, I'm pretty sure I have to reconfigure my whole desk to really... Oh my god, a flower! Thank you for the... Oh! For the flower. I still gotta get used to this new, like, YouTube gifting thing. I think it's good that, Streamlabs recognizes it, so it lets it show up with the actual thingy. But, fuck, where was my train of thought? But yeah, it feels very foreign, so I have to get used to it now. I should color the lines before I get to actually shading. Yeah. It feels new enough that my hand doesn't like it, which by the way, it came with a glove and my husband's making me wear the glove even though I don't like wearing the gloves, but I really should because then my hand's not rubbing all against the screen. I eventually do want to get a screen protector for this thing because my old tablet is so scratched up, and by the way, just the middle. It's literally the, I don't know if you see it in the picture I sent you, it is so scratched up in the middle specifically. Oh no, I guess it doesn't show. Oh my god, sparkles too! Thank you for the sparkles candy. Oh my god, another set of sparkles. How many sparkles?! But yeah, it's literally so focused on the center of the tablet, and I'm like, damn, I draw really hard. So I'm a little scared, because the screen on this one feels nicer. So I don't want to scratch it up. I don't want to massacre this tablet. I mean, apparently I was drawing hard enough to fuck up the pen too, before I got my new pen. Which now I can't use because it's not compatible. Oh, Candy, this is my friend's OC. I'm currently, drawing one of my art friends, Sona. So this is not my character. A dent? Cass, how did you do that? What do you mean, a dent? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, another star, thank you. Oh my goodness. That was a big smack, huh? You know that meme where it's just like, I'm not gonna say I won the lottery, but there'll be signs. I think my equivalent of that is, you know, if I ever make enough from YouTube and other stuff, you know, I won't say it, but there'll be signs. If I ever ask for your mailing address, Cass, be worried, because I swear to God, if I ever make enough of the YouTube big bucks, first thing I'm doing is getting you and Red new equipment. Holy shit. I will be one happy bun if I start making enough to start spoiling my husband and my friends. That's literally like my goal point. I do already have a mod, Candy. We have our wonderful Kiwi holding the fort of mod. We also have my husband as mod, but he comes in on like very specific times. Have a good night, Mots! Did Kiwi beat you in combat? Huh? Trial by combat for what? To be mod? Ches, you're not even old enough. I don't think. Ches, that's not how that works. They have to get through Modman to get through to you. Cass, have you ever drawn kobolds? I know this is a very specific question. Suspicious answer in the parentheses got me good, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that's so funny. I might need your help with something for the one shot. Because, brother, I have not practiced drawing these little creatures enough. Oh, fuck, that was such a good answer. Shit. That got me good. Oh yeah, cause essentially I'm asking because I need a little assistance because you know how there's like little tokens and stuff for the battlefield, which I still have to draw Navena's. I gotta make a little token for my husband's character. But he specifically stated he wanted his little token to make his character resemble the Elmo meme, and I don't know how to draw that for a kobold. I don't know how to do that. And it's so funny too. I want it to be a reality, but I just don't know how. I'm unsure. Like, kobolds have the little snoot, so I'm like, shit, how do I figure this out? That would be lovely. I need an expert's opinion. 'Cause, my gosh. I do need to practice drawing, like, more different creatures and stuff. Because eventually down the line, I would love to have, like, an owlin character. I think that would be super cool, but I've got the pretty girl syndrome where I can literally only draw pretty girls. And not that an owlin can't be a pretty girl, but I mean, like, humanoid girls. One day, though. One day I will have an owlin, and it's gonna be such a cute owlin with big poofy feathers around the neck. I love the neck poof. I don't know what kind of owl I want it to be, though. Technically, okay, listen. Technically, you are correct, Kirsten. I'm pretty sure they're considered humanoid because, you know, they're not monsters. But I was talking more in, like, the terminology of, like, they more resemble humans, I guess, instead of just standing on 2 feet and walking. Or, I guess, I have to look up the term for humanoid now. On a technicality! But yeah, eventually one of these days I want to do a little practice drawing some, like, non-human, non-elf characters. I also want to practice, like, drawing, like, dwarves and stuff, because I haven't gotten the chance to draw those either. I want a big buff lady dwarf with a glorious beard. Yeah, I guess it's because that's the default of what people think of, because when people first started writing about, like, fantastical worlds and stuff, they only really had, like, themselves to go off of. It wasn't until, like, way later when people started getting creative with, like, monster creature designs and then turning those into more, like, sapient creatures that they were just like, they walk and talk just like us, so they must at least look a little bit like us. I've been trapped in a cycle of toxic to fluff elf yaoi. Oh no! I salute you. I've never had the experience. All I've got are girl kissers. I need to draw more of my girl kissers, unironically. I love that. For some reason, we know the reason. Sword lesbians are just cool. Who doesn't love a good sword lesbian? You look back at your collection and realize, whoa. Yeah, I had a similar experience when I was starting to draw and stuff like that, back when I was still, like, a little bit, like, closeted, I guess you could say. Like, enough so where I was starting to be self-aware, but I was still trying to hide it because, like, you know, didn't really grow up in an accepting kind of environment of that stuff. But, once I got a little older, I would look back and realize, man, maybe there's a reason I didn't draw dudes as much. I think there was one time that my mother, like, saw me drawing two of my characters together. I don't remember who it was. I don't think it was Moxie and Metanoia. But it was definitely two of my female characters who I paired together. And she's like, oh my gosh, are you drawing two girls? And I'm like, yes. Is that a problem? And she's like, what are these for? And I'm like, I don't know. Because it wasn't like I was drawing them kissing, but I think she had a suspicion. A suspicion, if you will. Because they weren't like kissing or anything, but I think their pose was just really close. I wish I could remember, but I can't for the life of me. I think the only, like, boy-girl pairing... Actually, no. I lie. I did have a few of those for some of my game ideas. Like Rosalind and Gear. Those are two very old characters that I do plan on revamping next year. Because I miss them. I love them. They're probably very, very deeply buried in my Instagram. But they are two characters I miss very deeply. And I love them a lot. And then I have my character Lydia, who I also need to redo. I think the last time I drew her was for an Inktober. Also buried deep in my Instagram. But there's just a lot of characters I need to get to. Will I add them to Artfight next year? I'm not sure yet. I am not sure. I guess it depends on how their redesigns turn out. But I think I've reached the point where I don't want to add too many characters. Because I'm already hitting around 20? And that's already a lot. So I don't know. If I do, I might have to hide some other characters and like tag team them every now and then, just swap them out. Yeah. I debated on doing that, but with Witch Bun's outfits. But at the same time, I thought against it because I don't want people to be drawing Comedy Bun when it's not the year that Team Comedy is a thing. You know what I mean? Even though I do really like Comedy Bun's concept, I think I might keep her around, but I might change her design so it's not like Artfight centric. Like it's its own thing. It's probably gonna be the same thing with the other two costumes. I'm probably gonna do like a light draft of for Stardust and Fossils. I think I might turn them into their own things rather than like Artfight centric outfits. Because I do like this concept, but I do feel like I want to do something a little different. So I might revamp Comedy Bun and change up the outfit a little bit. She's gonna keep her silly little jester hat, though. But the colors are definitely gonna change. I think she's gonna go back to the pinks and the purples once Artfight's done. But there's a whole lot to think about it, because I do really like this outfit, but it is Artfight-centric. I feel like in order to fit in with, like, the lore and stuff, I am gonna have to adjust it a little bit. Especially if I want to keep it around, you know? Because also, unironically, I could use these alternate versions of Witch Bun and Dragon Bun for their Halloween outfits. So I think every year that I do a costume for Witch Bun, when Artfight's done, I'm gonna revamp it so it fits more into the lore and it fits more with Witch Bun's like aesthetics with her color palette and stuff, and then use it as alternate versions of her for like Halloween and other such occasions. I am working on it, Ches. It is in the works. It is in the works. I think when I get to the point where I'm happy with my PNG tuber models and I'm ready to do like a quote-unquote official debut, I want to have something ready for it. But it is in the works. I just haven't like boggled down like the final like little layers of things. Because I was really debating if I wanted to keep Witch Bun and Dragon Bun as my little PNG tubers. Because I had another idea in mind. Which I might as well say it. So, one of the ideas I was tinkering around with, like I want to say like last year-ish, was possibly having Infinity take over as my VTuber. But I'm still workshopping because I do really love my Witch Bun and Dragon Bun. And I still really like the idea of switching between two characters for gaming and art streams. So I don't think Infinity will be replacing my Sonas anytime soon. But I do think I will be developing a game for her. She might be the first game that I'll get to do because I do like the idea of escape room, sci-fi, fun stuff in terms of her story and things. So I do think I am going to go in that direction, but I don't think I'll go into the VTuber direction with her. I think I'm a little too attached to Witch Bun and Dragon Bun for that. You guys' little jackalope? Don't worry, I didn't forget about the jackalope. I need to remake the jackalope because I forgot to draw out what the jackalope would look like screaming for chat to be talking. So I need to like fix it up a little bit so that way it can scream. Because now that we're on Twitch, I can set up like a little text-to-speech bot. So don't worry, things are in the works. It's just that there's a lot of stuff that have moved up and down the queue of my to-do list. Now after Artfight, I will be working on not only updating my PNG tubers, because obviously, look at me. Look at me. I gotta update their normal stuff. I think I can finally do it now. So there's a lot of things on the to-do list. After the PNG tubers are done and updated, I think I might want to finish up Dragon Bun's sprites. Because she also needs her sprites updated super bad. Oh my gosh. I feel bad for Dragon Bun because I've been giving Witch Bun so much stuff recently. Her new little sprites for the art videos. Her new little PNG tuber. I feel like I'm favoring one child over the other. I'm gonna get accused of favoritism. Which, you know, it does make sense because, you know, this is an art-centric event, so Dragon Bun's not really gonna appear a lot, but I still feel bad. Because that's also my baby right there. This is turning out really nice. But yeah, I do feel like I am gonna change Dragon Bun's design, though. I need to change her outfit. I still really like her hair and I like her horns. I don't think those are gonna change, but I definitely will be changing her outfit. I think I'm gonna change it to be more lore accurate. Witch Bun, I love her design as is. I think I'm just gonna change up some of her little embellishments here and there, but I think hers is gonna stay pretty much the same. Alright. Let's see. ¿Qué pasó aquí? I think all that should be good. I think I can start doing the shading now. Which, there's actually gonna be a lot of layers of shading, huh? Here's what we'll do. We're gonna keep this simple. We're gonna start with the base layer shading. So basically the darkest edges that are still gonna have shade no matter where the lighting is. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that first before going over with multiple different layers of other shading. Why? I love how my playlist has its timing. There we go. My bad. I know, I just wanted to make that noise. Sometimes You just gotta be... Yeah. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Which, by the way, Cass, I hope you're ready for whenever you have to face off against my Bumbleflower deck in Magic, because they're releasing some really cool cards in the Lord of the Ring Hobbit set that's gonna come out soon. And, them's getting added to the rabbit. Bumbleflower will be coming for you. I've already added a Cyclonic Rift to her. Get ready for the... what's it called? The Lodestone? The Lodestone? That's one of the ones I plan on adding. Hold on. The Arkenstone. That shit's pretty cool. Which, for those of you a little familiar with Magic, but you don't know what that specific thing does. Hold on. It is a legendary artifact for 5 colorless mana. It has a sorcery adventure for 2 colorless, 1 white, that lets you search your library for a legendary creature card, reveal it, and then put it into your hand. And then it passively, when you actually put it onto the field, creatures you control get +1/+1. And at the beginning of your end step, draw a card. So it gives you monarchy without the monarchy. So I think it's pretty rad. I don't think Gandalf is ready for this fuzzy bunny. I'll fight an old man any day. Yeah, it's a really cool card. There's also some other really cool cards coming out in the Hobbit set. Oh? What'd you build? What you got? What is this? What have you built? Oh! Is this the Gandalf? Archmage Summit. It's so funny. This time the wizards have fisticuffs! That's so funny. I'll take a look at this when I'm able to, and then see if I can recommend you some cool cards from the Hobbits that's coming out. Which, by the way, do you have time to play some Magic tomorrow? Because I've been itching. I also want to really see if my dog meat deck works. Because I did some changes to it. I made some adjustments to it while still keeping it on theme with Fallout. I just made sure that a lot of the cards in it sync better, if that makes sense. I also used a lot of the Fallout, like, Secret Lair cards in it. Yeah, I'll check again with you tomorrow to see if you're still down. I'm thinking of probably getting some magic in after finishing another attack at the very least. That's my criteria. Finish an attack before I play some magic. Which I might see if I can start stream earlier. It just depends on what time I get home. That should be my criteria for deck building. I must finish an attack before deck build. Honestly, that'd probably be pretty good, because deck building takes a while, man. I look at the time every time I finish, like, adjusting one of my decks, and, like, somehow I've burned 3 hours. Oh, you're trying to build a Duskmourn deck? Ooh. Oh, on the rooms. I guess it would be an enchantment deck, huh? Because those rooms are enchantments. I guess I kind of have a deck like that, but it's my ghost deck. My ghosts are full of the Duskmourn rooms because one of the win cons is through... What's that room name? Shit, I'm forgetting. There's one of the rooms that says if you have, I want to say, 8 different rooms unlocked, you win the game on your upkeep. I think it's the... Is it the Endless Stairs? I can't remember. But it's one of those room enchantments. It has a win condition, and ghosts is revolved around ghosts and enchantments. So the ghosts are trying to beef up by using the enchantments to beef themselves up, and also the enchantments beef up the ghosts. And I have several, like, win conditions in there, because I have not gotten to win with the rooms yet. I've gotten, like, really close one time. I had 6 rooms, but then someone board wiped and took out the enchantments with it, and I was like, no! No! You want to see the ghosts cast? I'll send you the ghosts. You might like some of that stuff for the enchantment deck. It is blue-white, though. I don't know if those are the colors that you're going for. I will say, maybe Aminatu might interest you. She's one of the pre-con commanders. And she has Miracle Cost for... I don't remember if it's specifically for enchantments or just cards that you draw from the top of the deck. And I think she is white-black? I don't remember. I remember trying to play her, but, like, at that point, my knowledge on Magic was very limited still, because it was literally... Duskmourn came out right after Bloomburrow for Halloween. And I was still getting used to the game, so she was just a little too complicated for my blood. Oh, does she have blue? Is she white, blue, black? Is that her colors? It's been a while. Which reminds me, I gotta break apart the deck that I have at home to see if there's any enchantment stuff that I can use for ghosts. Ah, that's not bad. That gives you some really good enchantments, actually. Because you have literally access to those 3 colors that really like enchantments. What's the name of the Miku song? I'm pretty sure this is for Deltarune. This is Cutie Mew Mew Magic. hit my chips. Sometimes I forget that this is a Slime Rancher song, because I immediately think of Spelunky for some reason. Which, by the way, absolutely fun game. Really hard. I am not good at Spelunky, but damn, I wish I was. Yeah, I think it's specifically the first starting levels that really sound like this Slime Rancher song. I think it's just because they share a lot of the similar instruments and the like a similar beat, if I remember correctly. So my first thought is Spelunky, and then I'm like, no, wait, I don't have Spelunky in here. I have Slime Rancher. Which, by the way, if anyone's ever done like a drinking game for Spelunky, I can only imagine it would end terribly. Especially if one of the conditions is take a drink every time someone dies. I feel like someone could literally get alcohol poisoning from that game if they ever did a drinking game for it. If my husband ever allows the drinking streams, I think I would be down for that. I don't mind, I'm shit at Spelunky. My ass wouldn't last an hour, folks. I think that would be like one of my shortest streams ever. I feel like I would have to tap out literally 45 minutes in. You couldn't see chat? Add conditions where you take a shot of water. I don't know if that's gonna help, though. Yeah, I think if I wanted to try lasting longer than like 30 minutes, I'd probably have to have like a very heavy dinner before that stream. I think that would have to be the strat. Hello, Doodle Drop. Dooble. go uber lighter for my new shading that I've gotten down with. New shading tech drop. I guess so. I've been literally doing this since Artfight started, and I've just really liked it. Previously, I blurred the edges of my multiply layer, but now I've just started taking a very, very, very lighter color, putting it on the edge, and then putting it on multiply. And so far, I just really like how that looks. And I've seen other artists use this, so I'm like, oh, I see why they do it now. I like it. Oh, I'll fix that in a second. We're just gonna keep that kind of shading on Haruka though. I feel like I want to separate her a little more from the background. Here we go. Yes. I forgot to get the stuff over here. What brushes do you use? Hold on. If you use Clip Studio Paint, you may be able to download the High B Soft and High B Rough. Those are the current pens I really like to use for line art and a lot of my coloring because they just crunchy munchy. I love these brushes. They're so nice. I love the texture. Those are currently like the weird little brushes I like to use. And then the rest of it's just the standard brushes for Clip Studio. Unless it's like objects, then those are object specific. I think I need to go back on the multiply layer. Put my brush. keep switching the brush. Ah! Hello, Candy! Welcome back! Oh, it's a very big drop off. Oh my gosh, another star! Thank you! Oh my god, I keep... Ah! I keep pressing the pen button, and I don't want the pen buttons. Oh no! YouTube's telling you no more. There we go. Alright. Now, let's get to the lighting. We'll do this. I'm gonna put the lightest layer over. Put this at the bottom. We're gonna try out some new stuff with the lighting. And by the new stuff, I mean... overlay. And we're gonna grab the darkest color in the picture. Multiply, because then when we go to start carving out the lighting, whoops, it'll start looking like that. Which we want the... Yeah, like that. Oh, I see the vision. Oh, are the gems like the bits that Twitch has? You get them when you watch? I'm not quite sure how they work because it's like a relatively new Oh! Damn, that's crazy. Twitch is just straight up copying, or sorry, YouTube's just straight up copying Twitch, huh? That's crazy. Don't worry, Candy. I've still got more streams this month. We got plenty of time. Yeah, you're fine, Candy. You gave me so many. You're all good. I'm being a little rough with it because I'm trying to get like the gist of it, you know what I mean? I'm trying to really plan out where I want this lighting. Because I am going to make it darker because I do want this to be a bit dramatic. I want a very high contrast between the chibis that are going to float above Ren's head, which are going to be some of Ren's characters. So I want to make sure there's a lot of contrast. I think we're getting somewhere. Well, once I figure out the big blocks, I'm gonna go in and smooth some out. Just so it's not too jarring, and also because, like, I'm being a little messy right now. I'm thinking... I want the lighting to be coming from a little bit up, so I don't think the entire arm's gonna get lit up, but this portion of the sleeve will. Sorry, I was checking a text from my husband. I think I kind of like... I think slowly but surely I am figuring it out. Even if the process is, albeit, pretty messy. I feel like there's other areas I really should be... I should probably look at a reference for this. Thanks for dropping by, Candy! Let's switch to my... Let's clean this up a little bit while I think about where... I love the texture. Alright. Okay, I think we're gonna save here. It is 6:14. And I think I've made some pretty good progress. In fact, I got farther than I thought I would, because now we're on the the rendering stage. Yeah. I think I definitely need to look up some different lighting stuff to really send it. So I think I'll do that when I get back home. But overall, I'm very happy with how this is turning out. If I don't finish it tonight, you guys might see me finishing it tomorrow for tomorrow for stream. There should be a stream tomorrow. It's Friday, so yes, Saturday. So if I don't finish it tonight, we're gonna finish it off tomorrow, especially because I have to animate the little chibs, so it's more than likely that you guys will probably see this one tonight. If you don't, your girl locked in when she came back home. But yeah, aside from that, thank you guys so much for joining me today for stream. I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow and get some more Artfight stuff down. Yeah, if you haven't seen the new video that dropped today, you should totally check out my new video that dropped. It's basically all the fun stuff I worked on for the past 2 weeks of Artfight. Make sure to go check it out on my YouTube over in the button. Click the button that has my name. But yeah, aside from that, check that out. Make sure you guys, take care of yourselves. Of course, we are reaching the last stretch of Artfight, so don't stress yourself out if you're not doing a lot of attacks and stuff. It's okay. It's fine. I promise. And I think that's about it. Thank you guys so much for coming in and joining in. I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you guys eat some good food, stay hydrated, and get some good sleep. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Good night!